Good morning. How's everyone today? Good morning. Trying to find an app. I lost it somewhere on the desktop. There it is. All right, we've got it. I was actually doing some reading last night. Cassowary. Good morning, Xenocron, and a happy Friday. Good Friday to you. Good morning. Hope you're having a good week. Good end of the week. So I screwed something up the other day. I gotta go fix it now. Gotta fix it. I named the wrong thing. Absolutely wrong thing. So I named the property and not the variable. My week, I'm glad it's Friday. Really I'm glad it's Friday. I don't, this was I don't know, a struggle. This week was tough. We've got a number of places where, yeah, we're on the same page. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, and look, Museum updated this. It's got this stuff here. I don't have Chrome open. Can you toss a commands in there for um Capitan? Let's see what the, because I think the wrapping is just letting the terminal do it now. Yeah, it just letting the terminal wrap it. Cool. I'm going to restart that over on the right. I want to see what else do we have in here. Timestamps. Yeah, were you doing dash s? Do that again. Debug, transcribe. Okay, that's cool. I think there was something else that added. I got added. I don't remember what it was. Hmm. Well, good morning. Let's just hop into this. We're going to get going. One thing that I did come to terms with was this suggest value. And suggest value in Cassowary is really, as Museum said, if it only kind of guides the solver when it has nothing else. So, which is not the case for us. Now in this case, expected variable found named variable. Going to change that in layout. Going to take some named variables. Yep. So we're taking named variables in this. Wait, variable to named variable? That doesn't make sense, does it? Should be named variable to something else. What was that? To a prop ref node? Yeah, see, I screwed this up. I'd like to have something that's named over there. And the ref node is an owner, and the property is, what changed on it. So let's create something there first. Something that we can rename later. Owner property. Bounce back over here. Now named variable has to implement hash, but it doesn't. Do I have an email client of choice? Ooh, that's a tough one. If I'm on the command line, it's the one that if I'm on the command line and I have a choice, then it's going to be, oops, come on, Eric, right? That thing's pretty cool. Um, yeah, kind of a Vim feel to it. Oh, come on. Um, if I'm on the desktop, I'll kind of use whatever I can. I- I'll usually use like a webmail over something that I have locally. That's funny because you made me think about it, and it's like, well, work, it's always whatever work provides, right? Currently, it's Outlook, and while I have access to Outlook for my personal stuff, I don't use it. And yeah, the only one that I do choose is probably this Eric one, and it's good enough. Right, code, patches, stuff like that. Very Vimy, if I remember the commands. Yeah, for most of my stuff, it's webmail or the phone. If I'm writing mail, webmail or that there. I started a company with a buddy a while back. It ended up becoming this email management system, and that's all. It was all webmail, and having parsed so much mail using C, seeing the hideous things that spammers try to do or virus writers do, it's like I don't really trust desktop mail. Is there a mail client written in Rust yet? I mean, I've thought about making one. I really have. I don't think I've told anybody about that, but let's fix this file. Variable, named variable, variable props. It's going to be owner property. Just rename that to prop. Well, that's the thing. Most HTML formatting can, like when Outlook writes a mail, it usually includes two sections, right? The plain text version and the rich section. So usually works. You try it out. That's going to be a named variable, and this is going to have to be, oh, yeah, name variable needs to be EQ. No, where is it? Oh, it's gone. Mod, UI mod. Does it also need ORD for hash map? I don't think so, but that's true, Xenocron. That's very true. Very true. See, I don't want the property to have that strength. I think we're just going to add that at the end. This little stutter there in the code, we could fix that. Good morning, Black Tomcat. How you doing? A sandwich factory in Germany just exploded. First responders. First responder fear. Worst case scenario. Sorry. I read ahead on that. I try not to read ahead on the jokes because I'll crack. I'm doing all right. How was your week, Black Tomcat? How was your week? Just cleaning up and fixing some stuff here. Remove constraints because I butchered some stuff. Oh, and now I have to look it up. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh, the next 2 weeks will be stressful. Ooh, sounds tough. Little crunch mode, getting ready for release, or oh yeah, yeah. Because sometimes I'll do jokes, and sometimes other people do jokes. So, and often we will capture them, which we didn't do this time. So let me grab that. I store these in OneNote. Ah, exam time. Ooh, yeah. OneNote says it started. I don't believe it. Oh, there it is. OneNote. Jokes. These are ordered alphabetically by user. You're after bare knuckle. All right, we got that captured. Well, this isn't going to work because I put the variable in. I get the variable out, but I need to get this looked up in a different way. This should just be variable. And then the name should be over on the right side. Ah, yes. Yes, the 10-second delay is due to the fact I'm on Starlink. I'm on Starlink. And you can see right now we are buffering. Otherwise, we will be dropping packets. You can see it going up and down as we get signal. We lose signal. We got signal back. It's going back out to you. Yeah, the wait for me was a first attempt. Then we went to stitch. So this is stitch. But that helps with the packet loss. We have dropped no packets from OBS, which does help smooth things out. You can see like, oh look, it's hitting us again. So it's actually not a great one there. Numbers are going up high. Oh, there's the recovery. Looks like we lost some. Yeah, yeah. So you can see right there, we were out of buffer, and now it's got buffer. But the 10 seconds, it fixes a bunch of this. It's like we planned that. Somebody yanked the cable, put it back in. Yeah, it's buffering again. Wow, it's having a moment. Look, I think we're gonna buffer again. Gonna pull up the app. Here, let's go over here. Yeah, you can see we had a little spot of weather here. Not actual weather, but you can see that the little bit of outage there, and with some signal to noise ratio bits here. Ignore the green screen and the cracked old phone. That's it there. The Starlink stars are not in your favor. May they forever be in your favor. And maybe we just put this over on the right side and only use it inside of layout. Oh, that might work. I like that. Doesn't need to be pub. I like this song. Gonna turn the volume up on this one. Sorry, for me, volume for me. All right, it's not really a stream song though. All right, so then when something gets added, we take the string and variable apart, or rather the named variable, separate that. Okay, that way, when we get down to the bottom here, we can still look it up and still get the name out of the value, well, of the variable props. What do we call this? Owner property? Ugh, properties, props, variable props, var props. Layout via available. Uh, thank you. Yeah, I don't always read the text that I write for that stuff. I mean, these things are really for when it blows up, I have something unique to search for. And sometimes the spelling errors can help with that. So, yeah. So, and I'm trying to make sure I don't overtax my battery today. My laptop was dead, and doing the OBS plus Chrome plus everything plus compiling can actually drain my battery even when it's plugged in sometimes if I don't have the right power source on it. I think I've got the 85-watt power supply on it. We'll see. I don't know. It's either that one does or that one. If the screen goes black for an extended period of time, we'll know. All right, variable props here. Yeah, Apple has a number of different um, bricks, right? I don't know what to call them. I just call them bricks. Um, power converters, and you pay more for the higher power ones. Oh, it would alert me, but it would do that on that screen, which I'm not. It's like over there, and it might do it on one of the desktops. I don't know. Transformer, wall adapter transformer. Yeah, because technically that's what it is, right? That's my water. So yeah, I tend to pay attention to this out of the corner of my eye. Like it's buffering right now. So there it goes. I mean, Starlink's got the bandwidth to catch up. It just needs to have the signal. So, all right. Now in this case, I want to print out the update. And this will be variable props dot name is equal to value. Oh, comma value. Oh, Zenicron, are you not? Okay, now one thing I don't understand about Twitch is the distinction between VIPs and automods, or excuse me, mods. Right, mods, they can approve and deny things. Let's fix this, stream manager. Today someone thought you were a bot because you posted an XKCD link? Ooh, Twitch should know better. So, all right, back to stream manager. Okay, so that should at least get us what I want to see when we're debugging. Expected 0 arguments. Yeah, with the random stuff. So I was actually playing around with this, and I was thinking, you know, because the randos usually come in and they're flaming and they're like whatever. I was just like, hey, let's just crank it all the way up, right? And then let Automod deal with it. So it's basically um, not having to take stuff down so much as let stuff through. like your comment about the tiered bricks. Yeah, now you can let your own stuff through. Self-service, Anacron, self-service. All right, now where where did my code go? There it is. Oh, why is there a V there? That's so weird. All right, so now working backwards from that, we have to disconnect these, remove constraint, add constraint. Those are fine. remove edit variable and add edit variable. So the variables will exist in constraints. So it's possible that that value is never actually looked up. Yeah, it didn't trigger it, did it? Oh, that's so funny. Look at that link. Uh, there. Nice try, Black Tomcat. I think it knows better. Actually, I did look at it. Oh, the link? I didn't. The system has failed us. Well, that was a good test of the system. All right. So in this case, we have to adjust this. What's it called again? Variable props. We're at like line 80. Strength. I know, right? Like, Synchron, it's because Black Tomcat there has street cred with Twitch. Yeah, let's. That's right. That's right. Oh, owner. You're something of an AI yourself, huh? Let's see, these three I think could be bundled up. Oh, no such field strength in there. Okay, that's fine. I see it, Xenocron. I want to get that wired up, right? So it just boop does it for me. Although I don't know if there's an API for that. You like this one? Pastimes? I'm guessing that you were trying to cancel out Xenocron's thumbs down. Black Tomcat, don't worry. It's too late. It's done. Okay. Well, I need some way to be able to lie about this. Like, yeah, we're doing it. Thumbs up. Then I need a fast forward. Skip song. Do we have a skip song? We should have a skip song. Oh, interesting. Interesting interpretation there. Let's see. Let's see. What can we do here? A new custom reward. Skips our current song. No, I don't know. 50, whatever. Blue's fine on that one. This one, let's get rid of this one. Oh, I must mark them as complete. Oh, all right. Those are complete for now. All right. So how do we get back then? Because I'm obviously missing something in my setup. We've got the automod queue, but that's not actually all that useful. Let me get rid of some of these. Remove panel, remove panel. Reward queue. All right, we're good. Oh wow, I have not ever completed anything in the reward queue. I always just see it come up in the feed and do it. So here, we'll just complete everything. Sure. All all huge number. That's taking a long time. All right. It's ready for requests. Yeah, I think we want to reorganize some of this so that these things there are better organized. Oh, and how do we hit done there? Okay. Friday, we're having a really slow start to Friday, aren't we? What do we got going? That one and this one I'm gonna skip. one's just. All right. I was gonna let one of y'all do it, but no. And I think I want to swap the order of these. Just give me a couple minutes. I'm bike shedding. My Twitch layout. Come on. You can do it. Click, drag. There you go. Oh, you did redeem skip. What's the opposite of formaldehyde? I don't know what. Good morning, Turbo Dave. How are you? Casual Jekyll. Formaldehyde. Ah, that one's going in. You will be remembered for this, Turbo Dave. All right. Your magnum opus. That's going on the fridge. Yes, fridge fodder. Fridge fodder. All right, so we got variable there. What else? Got our named props, our variable props. That's good. What about this one? Remove. Under one of those rock auto magnets. That's funny. This song is really slow too. Closing act. It's dramatic. Just kind of builds forever for 7 minutes. No, thank you. This one's a little peppier. Also 3 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes. Okay, then we have constraints. And that's it there. No, no, I missed one apparently. Yeah, now we're in Hawaii. I mean, that's not that bad. Little Hawaii. I would love one, Dave. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Which 6:30 is it? It's in the morning. I stream before work. So I stream in nearly every day, but I like to practice Rust, get a little better at it. I don't find my HTML building gig all that challenging. So I like the challenge. No, I started streaming it. Oh yeah. Well, I mean it's AM. It's the morning. It's dark out. I think. Let me check. It's light out. All right, now we've got a bunch of other issues here. Container macros. Yeah, we'll get to that one. But this border box one, that's gonna be a big one. All right, so we've got all these variables on the right. We've got the props on the left. Now here our concerns are actually different in that the variable and the name are actually the value in the hash map. It's a porch light. Actually, I came out this morning to like this rustling sound. I got my the phone out and you turn the little light on and you look out into the darkness, right? Because I don't live in a city. I live out in BFE. And out here you have moose, you have elk, deer, bear, right? Cougar, not just like the friendly kind. And and yeah, the I saw a whole bunch of eyes staring back at me on my way out here this morning. Turns out my kid forgot to put the goats away last night. So they're all standing there. They're like, "Are you gonna feed us? Is it food time?" It's like, "No." So I left the dog with him. It has craters in it. Yes. Actually, it was out and it's gorgeous. Clear night. Poor goats. Eh, that they could have walked into their home on their own. I, I mean, it's not like they were forbidden from going to bed. No, they just stand around and look scared. They're like, they go one way, they go the other way. Like there was a sound in the darkness. So we'll have to count them later, see if we lost any. Hopefully not the one volunteering for the barbecue this weekend. All right. Sorry if that's a little too much for you. Yeah, these things need names. We've got the name here, but I also want the property name. So how are we going to do that? We're going to create a little closure here. So I don't really want to do the format on each thing on the right. Because first off, these should all be named variables. Should have a variable inside of them. What are there, 20 of them? 20 control N? Looks like it. Tab insert, named variable. Sounds like an interesting way to life. You know, it is. I think I actually appreciate life more as kind of a hobby farmer. Um, 'Cause it doesn't take much. I think people end up getting the feeling that they're like invincible or something like that. And your little organic chemistry set that you live inside of, just one wrong step, it's all over. And then you see like how stupid some creatures are. Goats are clever, but not smart. That makes sense. So yeah, now I want to be able to combine the name for this property on the left with this here. I'm thinking this needs some sort of function. That's pretty much it. Kind of like you when you're coding. Uh, I Yeah, little goats when they like first time they meet an electric fence, as we don't use electric fences to kind of keep the goats in. We use electric fences to keep the predators out. And you can bait an electric fence. So you toss you take um like our usual is to take and you hang a little tin foil, aluminum foil pouch off of the electric fence, and you put some peanut butter in there, maybe a little jelly, depending on what the critter likes. Because a bear might go for both. It might be more in the mood for some strawberry jam or something. Um, but when they get their nose on that electric fence and ride the lightning, they're not coming back. And I mean, compared to like, it'll also like do the same thing with the coyotes. Um, the other creatures are a little bit more clever, like raccoons. Um, what else? Cougar, yeah, cougar. They don't really go for that stuff, but like the canines, the bears, they'll go for it. All right, I think we're just gonna stamp this out. Format bang paren border box. Now this is the name of the border box itself. Colon colon underscore escape. We're gonna go back. Delete word undo. Back. Paste. Path from owner on that. Oh, did I forget to close that? I did. It is awful. It is awful. And we're going to clean that up. I don't like it. Wait, where's the, there. Is that, because in here somewhere, that closes the format. Now we need to close the named variable. Okay, because this is, I think, what it's going to require. Is, yes, we're going to fix this. All right, well, let's get it working first, because why fix it if it's not going to work? Let's see, where else? So we're inserting stuff into this hash map, right? And the key is this, value is that, and this here. We either need a function that converts these to strings or strs, or something that we can pass these into that returns one of these. I mean, that's just going to push in the problem though. Maybe an insert function. You give it this and it knows how to build that, but then we still need the name conversion, which is going to be some sort of match which converts that to string, which is I mean, unless there's something in Rust that'll tell us what the enum name is, we can convert that. Is there something? Um, that'd be an any, wouldn't it? Standard any. Smart pointers dine any functions. This will just return the name of. Yeah, it's a type name. I don't think it will return the variant name. That prints it out. It, yeah, we could do a macro. Um, can we though? Yeah, that we could probably look and see how debug does it. Guessing it's some sort of, it's either internal, PPG, boom. Hello. There we go. Just jump into it. Can it? We get the line stringify with that. So yeah, this might work. Might work. We'll have to see. All right, but again, let's make sure it's not broken before we go and clean that up. Come on, where'd it go? There we go. All right, border box. Well, we can use debug, right? Because those that prop type impulse debug. I was thinking of using type name, but that's not useful here. All right, now what's going on here? Ready, entry entered. Oh, this is saying that, hey, your macro is not the right thing. Now, what did it say? Expected reference to variable, found reference to named variable. True. And that is because of this call to add child. That add child is in container here. We'll have a named variable on the right, which means that we'll have some more issues in here. Yeah, that should be fine there. Man, these guys are like fantastic trumpet players. I love this. I'm in the emotion, the little crescendo there. But it's not really stream music for me. Let's keep training this beast. All right, container add child. Named variable. Oh, we didn't save it. Like, why is this broken? Okay, that's good. Good, good. Which one's next? Container macros? Self.properties, yes. Yes, that's true. That means that VBox has the wrong type for these. Oh, this is so dramatic. We're gonna have the same sort of issue here. Fix me, colon, colon, something else there, followed by double quotes. We'll fix this up too. Did I get the matches? One, two. I missed that. Morning, sarcastic Dante. How you doing? Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Expected identifier. Why? Does it not know what a named variable is? There. Okay. Yeah, VBox. Oh, we don't need those colons there, do we? Oops. Y'all have any weekend plans? I want to do some yard cleanup, do some herd maintenance. Add edit variable. What's that one again? That one's the named variable, owner, prop, and strength. Owner, prop, and strength. Okay. Ah, big plans being quarantined in your flat. Oh, add challenge for incompatible type, named variable, and this one too. Working your projects, read a book, usual. It's cool. Now we've also got some commented out code in here. I don't think it should be commented out. Where'd it go? Here. For add child. Let's make sure we get these updated too. Use of undeclared prop kind? Did that get renamed to prop? Yeah, I think so. It's just prop now. All right, that's all of those. Now these intos on that though. I don't think we need the intos either. Dot into, boom. Say same here. Oh, when one heroes three scenario you're stuck on. I think we might do another bit of our D&D campaign. It's been fun. Oh yes, and these need to be dot variable now, don't they? That's also gross. There's 12 left. Tab, tab, tab. What's this? Type variable cannot be dereferenced. Oh, here. Yes. True. Okay. Is that 16? Then all this code I think has to change right here. Just want to get past this. Ah, and child left. It's child left here. Props I get if let some da 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 dot variable. We got to do this 4 times. Oops. There. Okay. All right. So hopefully this will compile soon, and then we can look at look at the state of this thing. Because I think that little bit of code that we were just inside of has to change. Instead of modifying variables there, because we suggest the value of these variables, I think we actually have to set constraints for them. Functions should be a max. Oh, what? Functions should be max 3 lines long? Okay, I don't subscribe to that anyways. That sounds like a Rails thing. It sounds like a really high level language thing where you can do a lot in a line. All right, so here, child props. What are we doing with child props? Create constraint. Oh, this is where we create the constraints for them. Yeah, okay. Say that's a named variable. and then we'll fix this file up because we'll have to. What's that? They just grow, or you have to deal with the lifetimes slash borrow checker. That's true. That's true. That I think in Rust identifying more useful types actually helps, and I'm still trying to get better at that in Rust. Like watch Museum. Museum does that like boom, 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 and you see that in other crates. Um, People do like type aliases just to be able to name things and have types that represent the idea, and that's very powerful. But sometimes I don't see that through the bits, you know. Gaming Lucas Live. Good morning and happy Friday. Happy Friday. What is Rust coding used for? It is used for all sorts of things, from embedded microcontrollers all the way up to like web programming. So yeah, Gaming Lucas Live. You can use Rust for so many things. It's it's really like a low-level language that you can use at a very high level. So it compiles to WebAssembly, to all sorts of different platforms, iOS, Android devices, desktop machines, etc. What's this? What is this? Hmm. You also cashed in. Tell a good joke. Oh, hey, tell a good joke. That's gonna hold on. I mean, we've got like loads of not like dirty jokes, but like bad jokes. So what do we got in here? Well, let's go to some like good old classics here. Oh, got one. How do you keep a programmer in the shower all day? Give him a bottle of shampoo which says lather, rinse, repeat. What kind of jam cannot be eaten? A traffic jam. Yesterday, a clown held a door open for me. I thought it was a nice gesture. Oh, you're welcome, buddy. You're welcome. Yeah, sometimes we get into this and it just keeps going. Oh, we can't see that one. Sorry, there was Oh, I have a joke on early mornings. You up for it? Didn't. There we go. Last one. What did one firefly say to the other? You glow, girl. You glow, girl. You can remember the last one? Yeah, and if you got some, if you got some, just please share. We kind of record them, so some people come up with some good ones. Keep them around. Let's see. And there are a lot of bad ones. What's the difference between a dirty bus stop and a lobster with breast implants? One is a crusty bus station, and the other is a busty crustacean. It's not like dirty. It's just, I mean, it's just bad. Hey, welcome, Peyton. We have devolved into bad jokes. Not like dirty jokes, but like bad jokes. Uh, why do bees have sticky hair? Because they use honeycombs. You taking off to work, Peyton? How was your stream? I'm gonna pour some tea. It's the best Mr. Halsey stream. My stream gets better the more we devolve. And that's great. We got like apple cinnamon tea here today. By taking off, you mean closing closing Emacs and opening Android Studio? I feel like you're watching Limey Show. Stream was quite productive. Quiet but productive. You hate the code significantly less. Oh, that's good. That's good. That can have a big impact on like changing in the future. So, right, you're more likely to come back in and be happy in it. That's always a good thing. Like the other day at work, I deleted like, I don't know, our code base is like 100,000 lines of code for this one project. I nuked 2% of it, so 2,000 lines of code over 20 files. It's just this giant mess, but it feels so much better now. So there's still quite a bit more, but you know, can't close Emacs. It's hard to work without a window manager. This is an oldie but goodie. I remember this when I was a kid. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. What's 0 say to 8? Nice belt. Your sprite class has had too many responsibilities, and you didn't even realize it. Yeah. Yeah, see, we were just talking about that, how Rust code kind of does that. And then, part of it is recognizing when you need to create a new type. Oh, what now? Data moved. Cannot move out of a shared reference. Oh, because of the ands there. Oops. That's not it. There. I do that too sometimes. And I don't know because people don't mention it, right? Like, is it better like at this size here or like here? Because for me, like, it's just like, whoa, way too much there. Like this, I could live with. This a little bit more comfortable. But here, I think we strive for about 30 lines on screen. This is 35. So if we bump it up one more, that's 30. But it makes it easier to see on like a phone or something else, right? I actually watch, like whenever I'm watching a streaming, programming stream, it's usually on a phone. How does Bill Gates count to 10? 1, 2, 3, 95, 98, NT, ME, 2000, XP, Vista, 7, 8, 10. Yeah, gotta take that. You know what? This is going in the joke list. Hold on, this is gotta be in G, F, G. Oh, hey. It's like your first joke here, gaming Lucas Live. Welcome. We'll probably you'll see credits later. These jokes we're collecting, they'll end up being something later. So, there's too much story in this. I'm not against country. It's just like when it's distracting me. It's like I want to know where his dog went. If he was talking about his dog, I don't know. All right, border box. Cannot move out of prop. Yes, you're right. It implements clone because in this case, suggest value. I forget what was suggest value supposed to take instead of layout. Here, just a named variable. Guess we could clone it. It's either we can clone it or toss an arc around that. Hmm. So it's not like these things are going to change. Well, that doesn't give us copy. That just gives us clone. Gives us a cheaper clone. What's the most used language in programming? Is this? Um, I don't know. I mean, over the years, you're gonna have C and C++ with a lot of footprint. JavaScript people are prolific. Oh, I get it. Profanity. You end up cloning a bunch of stuff with async. Uh, it mm, well, you can clone it or you can move it, right? Because you're either done with it or you're trying to get into a situation where two threads have access to the same data at the same time. Um, so you're either going to clone it and say, hey, here's your copy, give it, say, take this, I don't need it anymore. Or you're going to be doing things like mutex and atomic ref counts, things like that. So I don't know. In this case, this is, oh, you know what? This is just an RC, isn't it? Because all of this should be single threaded. Oh, look, this is the first time I'm using RC. What's this? Sorry, I got a message. Yeah, my neighbor. All right. And then it's also dependent on if you're using single-threaded async or multi-threaded async. Because if you're using single-threaded, then it's a little different. What do I feel about Big Sur? You haven't upgraded from Catalina. Yeah. Um, I got used to it after a while. I don't know, what are they, like 16 pixel rounded rectangles? But this is what my screen looks like most of the time, except for like chat. When I'm working, it's just a larger Vim instance, right? So I don't see it most of the time, unless you're like getting into preferences and you see the rounded corners and stuff here. Yeah, it doesn't affect me that much. Um, in terms of the upgrade, everything seemed to work just fine. The one thing that got me though was, oops, I almost dropped my phone. Suspense. Was VMware, right? I didn't realize I had to bump up to the next version of VMware to go to Big Sur. So if you're doing that, if you've got that, I would just check to see if any of your virtualization software needs that kick. That is hot tea. So what do you call fake pasta? An impasta. Get it? Impasta? No, never mind. Oops. Where are we at here? This one. All right. I think we should clean this up now because it's getting gross. Let's create a little function for this. Let's just call it insert. Let insert equals, let's see, prop. Take that, little closure here. Do some magic. Self.properties. We're going to insert whatever the prop is, right? We're also going to need some sort of variable. So let's just say var there, return whatever. You run virtualization on your main PC? Gotcha, gotcha. Now let's create var. Var is going to be equal to named variable with, it's just a new variable, right? This is where we create them, followed by the name. Now the name in this case shall be, because now we have the prop, format, bang, one of these, border box, boom, Take this. This will be the path from owner, colon, colon, comma, boom, that. And then we'll use the debug on the prop to get that filled in. And it'll be good enough. Because the name here is really just for debugging purposes. And then we have to wrap this in an arc, or a RC. Path from owner, followed by prop. All right, let's put it inside the RC. All right, do this. Let's see, we've got what, 19 of these? Yes. 4DD. Oh, okay. We're just going to call insert and pass that in. That's our closure. What's wrong with this? Formatter didn't kick on. All right, it's compiling again. Let's see. Why do seagulls fly over the sea? Because if they flew over the bay, they would be bagels. That's right. As soon as they go over the bay, boop, little round delicious morsels. All right, that's better. It's still not formatting for some reason. All right, let's let the compiler do its thing because I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it. Mismatched types. Oh, those, yeah. Yeah, these two. But now do we copy this? Or do we make this a function somewhere else? Should probably make this a function. In which case, all it should do is create a named variable. All right, we'll do that later. Insert that. Jump down, jump down. Nope, nope. My multivim skills are still being developed. Nope, exited multivim on accident. We're gonna need our C here. And this is going to be a VBox. I mean, arguably, this should probably just be some function off of this that creates it, but then you'd also have to pass the string in. Hmm. And all for a little debugging, right? Oh, where's that path from owner? Like this. Let's put this in UI. It's a little utility function. Path from parent. That'll be a tref node. And oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Oh, let's see. I've missed a bunch this morning. Sorry about that. So I've had, but yeah, as a lurker, I tend to, let's see, not call people out so much. Now, how do we deal with this piece? We could ask the node for its name. It's a tref. Get the node name. But that's empty. It's going to be mostly garbage. We could ask it for its path. The path is going to be very large. Let's call it path. Now, you know what? If we put that in there, then it won't construct that string until we need it. Because it's inside this closure. So only when it dies will it do that. Short path. Upcast. Colon node. We need this to be a node, followed by a claim. No, we don't need the claim. And we should be able to go into VBox. See, is that good? How do you make fruit punch? You give it boxing lessons. Da-dunch. Sounds like 8-bit retro game music. That's not implemented for unit? Oh, we left a semicolon on there. Yes. This is to Godot string? Why is that to a Godot string? This comes back as a node path to a Godot string. Godot string does have display. Not a fan. And why did the cookie go to the doctor? Because it felt a little crummy. Oh, I like this one. Oh, we'll get to that one in a moment. Mismatch type, struct string. Oh, RC string, yes. I have to do a clone on it like this. So it knows which clone to use. But we also have to give it the name, which is name. All right. So apple pie in Jamaica costs $2.50 and $3 in the Bahamas. These are the pie rates of the Caribbean. I like that one. That's such a good one. Owner.path. That's a tref. Get path? Oh, then path doesn't actually to Godot string. That should. Why did the boxer's opponent start laughing? He got the punchline. Let's grab that from box. Short path. VBox. Toss that over there. Short path. Now we need owner. What else? Self. Yeah, we can't do that in there, can we? This needs to be properties. What is this? Property setter. And suggest value once the named variable. That should be okay. Let's see. Except for that prop is actually coming out of this get, so we need to clone it. Should be cheap now. Yeah, that's a named variable. Okay, so clone that. Should be good. Same thing here. I guess it could have been cloned after the iter. Then we wouldn't have the clones down here. So we clone there. Then we only have to clone in one spot here because we will just pass the value at this point. Was it just clone on there? I thought it was cloned on an iter. That did not do what I wanted. Okay. Because it's still iter, right? We're not doing like an into iter or something like that. I thought cloned would end up giving us I wonder why that fails. Hmm. Now prop should just be, is that of type prop? Yeah, okay. So that's, prop should be copy. Oh, what's going on here? Expected expression. Expected pattern found star. Got it the wrong way. There we go. So when you put it in the match, it has to be the ampersand when you're trying to dereference. Okay, getting closer. Now, remove edit variable. Why doesn't this just take a reference? Because in this case, it'll be a reference, yada yada. No longer need that to be borrowed because it's borrowed here. And technically, It's copy. Just avoiding the clone on the RC. Wait, no, that should be fine now. Let's see, write everything. Here's one. I got hit in the head with a can of soda yesterday. Luckily for me, it was a soft drink. Da-dun-tsh. Borrow of partially moved value. Named variable partially moved because name has type that. Add edit variable. Yes. Hmm. Prop doesn't need a copy. Can deref there. This though needs a clone. Oh, we're supposed to just be using name because we deconstructed it here on line 80. That's good. That's good. Let's see, what about this? Cannot move out of shared reference. Okay. Get all four of those at the same time. It might. Okay, that's okay. Wow, it actually compiled. A little cleanup, so it's easier to see when we're being yelled at. All right, then we'll run it. Let's see how wonderful it looks. Oh, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. It's art. All right, now if we look at, we have these different versions here. Let's see here that the border is large on the left and the bottom. And this This looks okay. It's John that didn't display right. John's width and height is not correct. And that's what we have to change. On here, look at this. These look really nice. Margin top, border top. We got Dave, we got John. Let's just make sure no errors popped up. Looks good. Okay, that was cool. That's really cool. I'll kill that. No. Yeah, I think what I actually have to do here, instead of coming up with a constraint like so, to control the child's variable, right? I think we have to do it the other way. Actually, I'm going to flip these. Less than or equal to... Did I get these backwards? Oh, missed one. Didn't I? Yeah, there it is. This one. As this is saying that this over here must be greater than or equal to this. Which means that child variable left is smaller than that. I don't think it's correct. No, 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 it is because it has to be on the left because it's the child's left side. Did I just get these backwards? All right, let's try that again. Oh, it resized. It went smaller. Okay, yeah, yeah. You can see that it's changing whenever we do a resize. So occasionally it'll work. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we can do it that way. But I did have those flipped. The problem isn't that it was flipped, it's that I was using constraints when I should have been using, excuse me, I was using variables when I should have been using constraints. You can see the updates here, which it's working pretty well. I mean, margin right here, it's set to 0.1. So yeah, it's fine, but see in this latest version, which one? John. John is too small. John's bottom is 0. John didn't get any extra updates, did it? It's got right. Yeah, something seems off about that. Let's close it. Open UI test. Okay, so it just rendered. Should have done it hopefully once. So a lot of these values are what we would expect, except for like where is John's right? Setting named variables, yada yada. That's when it was torn down before. I don't think it actually set John's right side. I'm just gonna double check. This is where we need the finger pointing on the screen tool. It's here. No, that's not right. I mean, you can see that Dave got bottom set. And that's it. There's like nothing else there. I mean, Dave got bottom and right. John didn't get bottom and right set. Okay, which kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. And that means that whenever one of the properties changes, we have to remove its previous constraint and add it again, which is kind of sketchy because that means we either have like a radius top right constraint that goes along with each one of these. Sonic Song, good morning. Good morning, and thank you for the follow. That might be the way we need to go with this. Yes, how is everyone? Happy Friday. It's Friday. Might be the beginning or the end of your Friday. We have whiskey club at work later. We sit around and chat for a couple hours. It's a great thing because people that I don't know, it's nice to just chat with people, with the whole lockdown thing going on. Little too square for me. Not a fan. We could just add or remove them, but that does mean we do have child constraints already set. Are we using this? Yes, we are. But are we saving the child properties? That's the question. I don't think we are, because we need everything to build up the constraints again, which means we need their variables. I think we did this in screen. Yeah, child props, like this. It's almost 5 p.m., so it ain't that late. Nice, nice. So we have to do something similar to this, which isn't that bad. All right, does have some implications though. So now whenever a child's added, we save the props and we redo all of our constraints. I mean, ideally we would just do the ones for that child, but it's going to be less code if we just redo all of them. So we can add child. So yeah, here's the constraints. It's basically going to be the same thing again. It's going to be add constraint, remove constraint. It's going to be this stuff. Create constraint. Oh, we could create a trait for this. I keep wanting to use traits for code deduplication, but I don't think that's the best way. I think extracting this stuff out to a function and passing in the elements that you want to operate on, probably better. Worst case scenario, toss it in a macro. Because it needs child constraints, it needs layout. Hmm. Yeah, let's dedupe that. Do that in a minute. This here, for each one of our children, this gets rebuilt. So, which is this? That goes in there. Now, down here at the bottom, we want to just capture this. So self dot, what's it, child props dot insert. That's owner to the props. Okay. Child and props. Debug assert. We just debug assert it. Good. Previous dot is none. I do not expect that to happen, but it's good to have in there regardless. Now, in this case, we have to remove the constraints, but also really it's just removing the child from that. So self.childProps remove. Then we give it the ref to the owner. All right. Container remove constraints. What is this one? Okay. All this does is call remove constraint on layout. Does that happen when we remove constraints here? Yes. Technically, we've got So yeah, they're basically doing the same exact thing. No, no, no. You guys gotta fast forward these things or thumbs down. Constraint, the container. And what did it want? This one's layout and the constraints. Self.layout and then constraints. You're ready. I'm glad you're ready. You ready for Friday? Oh, I see the chat over there. I don't see the thing over there. You're ready. Let's see. A good joke. Those are a little bit more hard to find. And we got some bad ones. All right. We got a couple here. Why don't ants get sick? Because they have antibodies. And I got a programmer knock knock joke. Knock knock. Race condition. And by the way, there's a shortage. A coin shortage in the United States. America is officially out of common sense. This one's a good one. Um, what do you ask a pregnant cheese-making deer? Pregnant cheese-making deer. When is your fondue? What's the opposite of antibodies? Uncle bodies? She told me this one. This was during the election, and there's all the hubbub about mail-in votes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And she said before 1920, all votes were by mail. She's got a sense of humor. Athletes get athlete's foot. What do elves get? Mistletoe. No method name iter in this. Why? Constraints is a vector. Iter. Oh, I see. This is because it's borrowed. That's interesting. How do we change this? Did you hear about the man who was accidentally buried alive? It was a grave mistake. See, there we're draining them, so we have ownership of that. Here, we're borrowing it. But I thought on a borrowed vector you could still iterate on it. Is that not the case? No, no, don't extract that into a function. Because here it's saying that it's a slice. Slice iter. Huh. So if we do this, this is a different error. This is just passing in the vector. Oh, and here, they're also calling iter on it. Okay, so that means that we could change these back to ident. A little tighter. I don't know which one's more accurate. I think ident is more, no, expression's more accurate. Missing child props. Child props? I keep forgetting. Compiling this one takes a long time. So we should instead fix all the errors and then save. Clone. And this one, mismatch types hash map. Yeah, this one we actually want to clone. Cannot find owner in the scope. Why? What happened to owner? Oh, that's child, isn't it? Did this change recently? Never trust a teacher who uses graph paper. They're always plotting something. I think this is just child. Was it left as owner in the other one? Yeah, constraints. See, in this case, we could, I would like to optimize this because this is going to get hit a lot. And I don't want it to be, actually, is it going to be hit a lot? Potentially. Um, but in this case, we would call like self.update constraints, right? And that would do, remove all the constraints, create all the constraints, add the constraints. In which case, all we have to do is call that, and this would just be the same thing. Just update the constraints again. That should work. Now, we haven't updated the constraints so that we're using proper values. Because here, like all of these no longer need to be props. If we go back into, where is it? It's in UI mod. Where's our properties? Oh, here they are. Because in this case, we could just have top right, bottom left. Comment out all of these. Not not ready to commit to that though. All right. Then in border box, we still have all of those, but these here get commented out. And I don't know if we're going to need prop value on this because we're going to use hard values. And for some of these, we'll use hard values. All right, no more insert. That also means that whenever one of these properties changes in the UI, we have to call self.update constraints. Then we defer render. Yeah, see, like a lot of this stuff just goes away. No, 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 no. Those stay there. But property setter changes. You know, each one of these actually becomes something else. We're not using property setter. Each one basically becomes these two lines. No more property. Do we need ident? No. This should just be a function somewhere else. Leave this alone and just change the others. Where is it? There it is. Oh, we got, what, 16 of these? On property update? It's good enough. Okay, let's create that function. I don't think we need owner. Yes, and this is where we were getting to. All right, now for this, let's deconstruct self. Let self, blah blah, equals self. We'll ask that to fill. No, just fill for me. Thank you. Give that a save. Is it dot dot there? I think it's dot dot for leading the rest. All right, so left. So I think we still want to use these lefts here, the actual variable. So these four. Okay. But the others, we delete. All right, yes. Cannot add F32 to variable. What can we add to variable? That seems to suggest we can add an F32 to variable. Oh, mutable. Reference to that, as these are all immutable. There we go. Oh, and these aren't used. That makes sense. Margin, border, and padding. So then, whenever we add something, we remove something, we resize the window, all the constraints for anything inside the border box is going to get removed and re-added. Now, a border box is also like a stacking box because you can have more than one child in there and it'll just add the same constraints to the next child. So it stacks. All right, let's give that another run. Let's see if we get our border boxes nested. No, that is very wrong. That is grossly wrong. Wow. If we remove John out of there, give another save, open it again. Okay. But as soon as we put John in Dave, let's rename these. Outer, inner. Yeah, then it doesn't work. But it is, oh, I see, because layout variable should exist. Because we have some error going on. Layout. Adding constraints should work. All right, let's pay more attention to that. Let's restart it. Good. Variable layout should exist. That happens very early. But before that, we have this one. Adding constraints should work. And why would this not work? $122. Oh, yeah, let's restart that. Hopefully we'll get the whole error this time. What's the error? It didn't compile. I should have checked. Too optimistic. Jeremy, how's it going, man? How are you? How you been? Happy Friday. Why did the jelly bean go to school? Because it wanted to be a smarty. Duplicate constraint. Okay, that's interesting. Let's do a Rust backtrace on that. Oh, library release day for you. So you update all of your code, just update the dependencies, put on new versions. That's pretty cool. How do you schedule that day? Like what day is that? Is it like the fifth day? Is it just Friday? First Friday of the month? All right, so here's where the stack unwinding begins. So layout was called by container macros, word box, add constraints. Okay, so how are we getting a duplicate constraint then? Which constraint is duplicate? Adding constraints, plural. Hmm. Now, these are all of the constraints that have been added. Crystalline 1.0 finally dropped. So you have a ton of people asking about compatibility. You have 17 libraries to update. I see. Yeah, that's a good day. Language gets to 1.0. That's good stuff. All right, so I'm guessing that one of these, like we have 7, 5, 4, 6, 7, 5, 4, 6. Did we do this twice without removing? So we added constraints twice? Why? Okay, where are we calling add constraints? Not there. In border box. There. One place. Did remove constraints not remove the constraints? Or did add constraints not add the... I mean, they're both using child constraints. It's called layout, remove constraints. Gives it theater. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Thank you. That we're teaching Pretzel Rocks what kind of music we like. So hit the skip or the thumbs up in the redeem if you like something or if you don't like something. So I'm gonna save the thumbs down for myself. I kind of like this one. Yeah, I'm gonna thumbs up that one. I don't know how like if we see eye to eye on this, I think I'm gonna be the tiebreaker. So what do we do? In this case, we have constraints here. We're adding them to there. Is it possible that the constraint was identical, even though? I mean, it looks like it's just done twice. Variable 3 and variable 7 added with a coefficient with a constant happens to be the same. And this is happening from border box add constraints. Is it because we didn't go to the next constraints? Did we just do that twice? It's got to be some stupid error. Here we have child constraints. Right, that's just a vector of constraint. That's fine. So for each one of the childs, we add its constraints. And that's fine there. So how does this get added twice? Let's see, dbg, removing constraints, adding constraints. I'm guessing that this isn't happening, or somehow when a child is added, we add it twice. We insert it here, then we call update constraints. All right, let's also dump out self.child constraints. Put that next line. There we go. Let's get rid of the backtrace because we don't need that. Next. It's got a little bit more of a beat to it. Slow burn. Okay, well, all right, that finished, but this is still having an error. Whatever. Let's just run it. Okay, that's surprising me. I didn't know it was happening so many times. Masterpiece Theater to Masterpiece Theater. Oh, it's doing this for each one of the properties that is getting called. Then we add these constraints. Remove constraints. Okay. Adding constraints. Where did this come from? Is that in layout? It is. So how did it get that? Because shouldn't it have done that after calling this printed out? It feels like these are happening in the wrong order. That should have been after this, right? Because that's in the call to add constraints. And in border box, say adding constraints first. It's still not happy with this code. I don't know why. Oops. Add constraints. Okay. Because that should have been called in here. I don't see it. Okay. But somehow we add a series of constraints before they go through adding constraints. So where could that have been? It must be coming from border box because they're those constraints. Update constraints gets called here. So when a child gets added, store the props for the child, and then we call update constraints. Update constraints removes, creates, and adds. Does create also insert? Yes, it does. Right there. Ah, there it is. That's why it was showing up early. Look at that little success music right after we got that figured out. Oh yeah. All right, something else that's wrong with this though. These weighted relations should be required. It should be more like that. Where I say, hey, the left is this, the right is that. We can just say it's strong for now. Oh, no, no, I want to see it with saying, no, no, it just has to be on that side of it. 'Cause who knows? All right, that's building. Beautiful. Look at that. Almost beautiful. Look, you can see it freaking out on the inside. Okay, let's say it must be equal. Were there any errors? Let's just flip back real quick. No, looks like we're good. All right. Now in this case, I'm going to verify these two. So we say the left property, the child left property, so we're going to use our left value variable and the child's left variable. Say that the child's left variable is equal to our left variable plus margin left plus border box left plus padding left. So these, okay. And then in this case, it's going to be the right minus this plus this plus that. So you're on the very far right. You have to come in some. Yeah, that's equal. Same thing here for the bottom. Now it's bugging me that sometimes when we resize, that these things are not getting updated. Let's verify those now. Say, did you finish building? You did. Thank you. Oh, look at that beauty. So what got updated? Well, okay. So we added the child constraints, yada yada. Okay. Setting some variables, adding edit variables. Do these even need to be edit variables? I don't think they do. See, like these. Now we don't need these. Is there anything else to go in there? I think that whole section can get commented out. Then we wouldn't have those edit variables. I don't, is that called anywhere else? Edit variables aren't as useful as I thought they were. What's this one? VBox, which we're not using. All right, so get rid of the edit variables. We have some more constraints here. These are equal to constants. Here's the width, here's the height. So these are all equal to 0. You can see the constants here. We have variable 3, 0, 1, and 2. And then, oh, that's for removing the constraints. Now we add them back, saying, okay, you're negative 18, you're negative 10. Let me say the outer box is top right, left. See, inner has a top, inner has a bottom, inner has a left. Oh, look at that. Inner has a right. That, but inner's bottom isn't right. That should have been below. Did outer get a bottom? Outer's bottom is here at 10. Officially off the clock. Friday. Yeah, congrats, Enacron. Milestone reached. Survived Friday. Here we can see that bottom got updated. The inner one was updated before the outer one. And the outer one didn't trigger the inner one to be updated again. Oh, ooh. Why? It reached the checkpoint, yes. Uh, my wife and I went out to dinner once, and I was hungry. Like I hadn't eaten all day, right? And we went to this place, and I ordered this beer, and it was like a triple, right? Like an IPA. I love IPAs, and it hit me. It hit me so bad. Um, and we're sitting there eating, and she mentioned something about a goal, right? And it's like this week I want to do such and such and such. And for me, I was like so tipsy that Like internally, I started giggling, right? Because my goal was to survive the next bite. I just started giggling and giggling. And she's like, "What?" Like we have very different goals. And then she could see it in my eyes. She's like, "What?" And I explained it to her. It was just so funny. And ever since then, it's been a thing. We have very different goals. So I'm concerned here that this inner bottom didn't get set right. Yeah, that beer hit me so hard, so fast. It was really good though. It's a nice beer. All right, let's fix the bottom. Somebody in here? Oh, all right. Let's go back to border box. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it held you for the four-letter words there. All right, so where is create constraints? It's left, right, top, and bottom. Bottom. Seems like this should have worked. Because bottom in this case is actually a low number. Oh, no worries, Jeremy. We just try to keep it kid-friendly in here. Because they do watch occasionally. So yeah, think of, I mean, this constraint here, it looks correct to me. Saying, okay, this is equal to that. All right, let's try a resize. Just gonna invoke resize left. See, and there it did it. Removed, added some constraints. Inner bottom got updated. Outer right, inner left, and inner right. So we outer, inner, inner, inner. Is it just the first draw, or is it gonna freak out now? See, occasionally it just doesn't get them all. outer, inner, and left. See, left is 0. Inner right. Where was inner right last set? Here, to 0. I mean, the outer right was set to 16, and then the inner right was set to 0? Why? Was it no longer attached? All right. I want to see how some other things are using it. I think like TUI uses this. Let's go to crates. Actually, let's look at cassowary. See that's too much rep for me. All right, look at that. Dependencies, dependence, TUI. They use it for all sorts of stuff. I mean, we're kind of doing the same thing. All that layout magic is cassowary. All right, should probably just check it out. Layout, table. Let's check layout or solver. Okay. Layout constraints. So they're iterating over their constraints. All right. So we do not know how they built their constraints there. Here, saying elements left, top, right. They're saying this must be required for when they set these. Like here, percentage. The width is equal to this. It's a weak equals. Okay. Let's try required here. That's one thing that we did not do. We have strong in 4 places here. Give that a try. Yeah, I don't see why. Like, again. Some things I just can't share. All right. Oh, coefficient layout variable should exist. So it died? Why? I'll do it again. Is there a timing issue? Oh, it did it again. Let's toss this on there, see where it's coming from. And we'll fast forward this one. I don't like this one either. Some of those are just definitely like club songs. All right, should exist. Option T, Godot expect. Layout update. Layout.rs 170. I was saying that the layout variable should exist. Uh, yes. In border box, we did undo this. Suggest value here. This is more of a add variable. Okay, we'll leave it alone there. I still don't want to register it as a full-on variable. Mm, yeah, like in here. We need to know what the variable is so we can debug it, but we want to skip this line. I think we can skip that too. It's adding a variable that basically has no effect on this. It just registers it now with us, not with Cassowary. Little Mario Brothers feel to it. Let's change that to add variable. This one to remove variable. This no longer has remove edit variable being called. Okay. Strength can go away. Kind of a slow day. I think like days like this, I think it's either Starlink that gets me or something else. Maybe some days I'm just more entertaining than others. I don't know. All right, no strength there. Strong goes away. What else? Oh, the unused macro. I'm always entertaining. Why, thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate it. Oh, circular dependencies. Oh, that sucks. Oh, what's this one? Named variable name, not used. Or are we using variable then? Oh, we've got way too much debugging going on. I can feel it in the resize, like when it's dumping all that text to screen. Have all these libs that require each other. They fail because, oh, each version that doesn't exist until the previous. Ah. um, let's see. That was held. I think it was negativity. Don't worry about that. I was just playing around with the auto mod stuff. I turned it all the way up. I wanted to see what it would catch. And earlier, oh goodness, earlier a lot of stuff was getting through for whatever reason. Um, some all sorts of stuff. And good morning, Raimu. How you doing? So we just cranked it up. I wanted to see what it'd catch. Don't worry about that one. That's right. It caught everything except for the bad stuff. That was fantastic earlier. Wow. What's going on now? Where's the beginning? Okay, here's the beginning. Registering variables. Now here we get to this part. Could not set property right to 0. Unknown edit variable. Who did that? Setting named variable. That was so funny. All right. I know what we should do. All right. I'm surprised they let woke through. Wait, what? Chat is way out of sync on my two devices. This one over here is correct. Yeah. Komodo hype. I don't know. I don't know, Xenocron. Could not set property right to 0. Okay, where does that happen? Border box ready. Oh, really? border box, ready, add variable. Yeah. Oh, here. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Oh, I thought that was just happening somewhere else. Where else do we do this? Okay, that should go away for now. Good. Okay, they're all commented out. Oh, Rymouth. Thank you for the sub, man. Yeah, you get the rusty clippies. Okay, let's stop that. Did it finish building? Oh. What's this? Expected. Shared borrow. A layout 101. All right, that looks good. Let's see this one. Thank you for the follow, Dr. Xbot. All right, there we go. Once again, we're gonna see, is this gonna blow up? Is it gonna behave? I wanna see this part first. Does not look like it blew up. Oh dear, looks like this might actually work. Inner, I wanna set the margin on this to like 2. Oh, gorgeous. Okay, and if we resize it, those boxes should get thinner. Good. Okay, but if we go vertically, it just scales. Whoa, is that's squishing it? Seems all right though. That might be just scaling it. No, because the sides should have come in. That's interesting. Why in the world would that happen? Constraint art. Yes. Yeah, I mean, look at these. Look at these things. Remember, guys, let's hide the inner one for a moment. And so we've got these inner curves. Look at this. It's gorgeous. It's front view. So if we adjust the top left radius, let's say 3, right, it's got much more of a gradual curve. And then if we change the left margin, no, not the margin, the border size. There it is. Right, just the inside of that curve changes, right, until it becomes not a curve anymore and just starts moving it. So while it is inside, starting right there, you see the outer curve begins right there. Once it's inside there, it's actually a curve, and you can go negative too. We didn't constrain that, but so these little things are pretty powerful. And then if we adjust the border here, oh, that the border didn't adjust the inside. That should have had an effect on the left. Let's say left margin. Are they giving, well, here, let's kill off some of the printing. I think it's more the printing. We'll keep that one. I think it's this stuff. That, this, print line. Hmm. You count the seconds per frame. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm guessing it's actually the dumping of everything to screen for some reason. I mean, maybe we are doing something that's really slow in cassowary, but hopefully people aren't going to be resizing all the time, so it shouldn't be that much of an issue. Okay. Did that build? Yes. And then we're not using release builds. That has a big effect in Rust. Release builds are quite a bit faster. Okay. So what surprised me here was that when we did adjust outer, like the left margin, right? This should adjust the inner. That should have pushed it to the right, but it didn't. So why didn't it? Let's go to box, border box, on property updated, calls update constraints. Does not need to call deferred render, or does it? No, it doesn't, because we'll update the constraints. The constraints will then cause the render cycle to roll down from the top. But that should have added and removed these. And the reason it should have changed is because, like, the left here, this constraint should have been updated. Previous one removed, this one added, done. If we resize, does it kick off? No, it doesn't. I wonder why not. Why? Why? Constraint should have been removed and added as in add constraints. That calls layout.add constraints, and layout.add constraints ends up calling deferred update, which then calls everything to render. Okay, that's still good. Um, I don't know about that. Because I would expect that whenever we change the value, Starling handoff could be. Where is it? Here. This one. I meant to grab this one. So we did hit a little bit of a bump there for a moment. A couple of them. So, hmm. So what's supposed to happen is we get the property updated from, let's see, these properties at the top. Say on border left calls self.set border left. Set border left calls on property update. On property update updates the constraints, which removes them all, creates them all, adds them all again. It'd be nice to just have a diff there, but we'll leave that for now. I'm not sure. Okay, let's see what it's gonna say because we added the did we layout? No, I wanted to add update here. I want to see this. This will at least show us the properties that are being updated. So when we resize, we should see those values changing. If it's not, so then it's either a cassowary versus, did we update the mesh issue? Yeah, that's built. This song always sounds like it's stumbling. All right. So now if we go left, should see deferred update. That got called a number of times. Then updated once. Width, height, boom, inner and outer. Why are they set to the same value? Oh, because, handful of marbles, toss them down some stairs, record it, now add a kick drum. Yeah, tap, 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 tap. So border box on update, update variable, or print this out. I don't want to do. There. That's not the first time it's confused me saying this and this together. It's like, wait, why are there two? All right. However, that looks okay. Gonna add a couple of white space lines there. Now, if we go to outer, and then we increase the left margin to, let's say, 2, inner left is now 2. Ah, does it look like 2 to you? I'm just going to drag it up. That doesn't look like it's inset 2. Because this one here is actually inside the other. Right? I mean, I'm going to play some fun tricks with this sort of stuff. So I'm going to be like, I should be able to then flip these around in 3D space and do all sorts of cool stuff. Ding, 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 ding. Anyhow, you get the idea. So it does not look like it updated. And the left there should have done it. Top, right, and bottom, those all updated. This is not correct. Why is that not correct? So when we get our variable update, value here, top, left, and bottom get set to the value that's passed in. Then we do a deferred render. Deferred render, if we're not already rendering, schedule one, and then later render gets called. I do this to kind of batch up render calls, kind of collapse them into one. Then we call render. This should be using like self.top, self.left, etc. It's not like I have a different left and top. I mean, it's the same value that was set. That's strange. That's quite strange because it looks like this should have happened. Actually, let's print out a deferred render for border box. Border box, where's render? Border box render, because we should see that happening. If that's not happening, that's the issue. It's either that or the value is never updated. But we saw this. This was duplicating it. All right, let's just inch closer to the goal here. Okay, that built. Get it running again. Happened twice because there's two of them. So on the outer, let's change the padding, left padding, to 2. And it renders. So we have the inner properties that got reset, and then BB render. I mean, that left edge should have gone that way. See, left went in by 2 there. Actually, is this correct? That looks 9.2.9. So if we undo that, so inner, let's reset that to like 0.3. You know what? It's not redrawing at all, is it? When we change these? Oh, what about this one? That one updated once. Okay, some's fishy. 2, 0.1. Yeah, they're not redrawing. Why? Is this a Godot thing? If we close this and open a UI test, there it's redrawn. We're getting errors? What's going on? Oh, bottom left, that's the one we can't see. Dragging this out should have changed the radius size without triggering a render. That's an error. So on radius here, we do not need the after set. Oh, actually, no, that's wrong. These things here just call it deferred render. Was it deferred render? Yeah. What happened? Unupdated property, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's better. Because changing that should just change the corner, right? It should go sharp to smooth, whatever. Now, and it should be able to do that without triggering any of the cassowary code. So I'm wondering why we're not getting the UI updated whenever we change those values. Because I don't want to have to close the scene and open it again, which seems to work. It should just, it should know already. All right. Now for this, let's change the radius, the top right radius. Okay, so that changes. Go negative, negative doesn't do anything. Just go to 0. Now if we change the padding on the left to 2, that should have changed the inner type, the inner box. And you can see that the value here for the inner box did get set to 2.2, which looks correct. I'm gonna reset the transform on it. There and inner. But it's not drawing in inset, is it? No, it looks like it's right on that edge. Where is it getting its width and height from? That innermost box. Did we do something fancy in the beginning? See, top and left, by default start at 0. Just look for top for a minute. Lots of commented out tops. Register the variable. That's fine. When we get the value and update it, There it is. We don't use it. We don't use top and left. I mean, here we do. There's your problem. Negative self.top minus self.margin. So does that mean that if we adjust the right side's correct? So if we adjust the right padding on the outer bog. Okay, so I just had a bug in the renderer for that in the bottom. Yeah. Okay. We just found a bug. All right. All right. One more time. Can't believe we just fell on that bug. Just right there. Okay, now we have other issues, and then it's not actually taking away from the height. So we change the outer, what was it? Not the radius. Oh, you know what? I didn't save the transform reset. That's what it is. Reset that. Reset this. I forgot to save. Let's save this time right now. Saved. Okay. Now the outer one, let's give it some padding. Whoa. All right, let's fast forward this. I cannot do that one. It's like somebody cutting sheet metal with a grinder. Like, all right. Yeah, because the inner piece here isn't captured. So let's set this to some reasonable values. 0.3. Odd. Enter. Save. It did not update again. That's either it crashed or something else went wrong. Hmm. More art. Wow. Look at that. Yeah, we have to take into account top and left for more elements. Okay. I need a different station. Let's go to our thumbs up. Sheet grinding metal? Yeah, sounds about right. All right. So what are we doing here? In render, first draw the outer edge. And that's this here. Outer border clockwise. Um, Bottom left point. That doesn't look like the bottom left point. All right, I believe this is correct now. Border size, we now have to take into account top and left. Right and bottom though. Those should be managed separate from this. Those are probably right too. Border radii. Okay, I'm just gonna pretend those are all fine. We'll come back if it's not. Inner curved top. So it's going to be self.top plus that. Left is going to be self.left plus that. What are these used for? They're used in our corner sizes. I think I need a commit, this little checkpoint commit before I get too deep into this. This code is easy to go bad. It just goes bad so easily. All right, let's give our little checkpoint commit. Get UI? What? Oh, where are we? Oh, tmux attach. Yeah, take that. These, fine. All that's fine. Good morning, variable. How are ya? How you doing? SCS question? Yeah, shoot, man. Just wrote a script that scans each version of your node project, runs build on it. Each version of your node project, like it's in history, you get like a Git version. You're plotting the max memory used for the build on a Linux, okay. And on a line graph. Graph's very noisy. If you rerun the build on the same code multiple times, why is it so different each time? Because operating systems are, okay, so what you're trying to do is you're trying to get a benchmark, right? You're typically when you're running a benchmark, you have a warm-up period. So you have your OS file system buffers loaded, like they're full. So you're trying to get rid of any of those variances, right? And some of it's going to be your file system caches stuff, right? Your OS is going to cache stuff into memory. It's going to be very aggressive about it. Um, Garbage collection is actually fairly deterministic. If you're doing something over and over and over again, it should do it at nearly the same time, at least where I've seen it in the past for something like this, because you're expecting to hit the same kind of trigger point at the same time because you have the same amount of code going into it, etc. Now, it could also be affected by the other stuff that you have going on your box at the same time. So if, for example, you have something else compiling, that'll affect it, right? You don't get as many cores, or you have a little bit more context swapping going on. So your box might have a little bit more noise on the CPU, like something else using it. Even playing audio can disrupt these things. Just know 'em? Well, are you using your keyboard and mouse? CPU interrupts, all that stuff can cause things to change. I mean, if you're trying to be very, very precise, you shouldn't have any other interrupts, etc., going on. Um, I mean, even noise on a network can cause minor variances, right? Just somebody doing a broadcast packet comes in, hits your box, stuff like that. But that's not going to have as much of an impact as having file system buffers loaded and full of cached data already. That's much more likely. So you'll have to rerun the build multiple times. How long does it take to run a build? Hmm, eyelash. Ah, sorry. All right, 45 minutes. Throw it in an Alpine Docker container. Huh. So Jeremy, how would that give it a more consistent benchmark? Good point, Ramo. So multi-threaded. You could try to make it less multi-threaded. Sometimes builds will actually go through faster if you're doing one after the next, depending on disk I/O, etc., and where your bottleneck is. It sounds like your bottleneck is, well, you're hitting some extra stuff, the memory ceiling. I'm surprised that it didn't just swap for you and just get horribly slow. Do you not have like a huge swap buffer? Hold on, I missed a thing in chat. Just a moment. Swap doesn't get touched. I have 12 gigs of RAM. Oh, Is this like so if you have 12 gigs of RAM, your swap's not getting touched and you're hitting out of memory, is that because it's like a 32-bit process or something like that? Like you can only allocate 2 gigs of RAM to this? Are you running a 32-bit OS and you can't allocate over 2 gigs of RAM per process? I mean, how much memory does it actually chew up? Because if it's not touching swap, that's a sign that something else is going on. Ah, I got it. 12 gigs your local machine. Okay, gotcha. Okay, never mind on the 32, 64-bit stuff. Yeah, if you only have 4 gigs there and you need more memory, and you're doing multi, I guess, concurrent builds, then you might want to dial down the concurrency. But yeah, wow, wow. Seems like a feature, not a bug. Sorry. Um, is it just like the amount of code has just been slowly growing over time, so it needs 4.5 gigs? Or do you think can you track it down to like is it like does it spike at certain points? Do you hit these little plateaus? 'Cause I wonder if what's going on is like you end up in some sort of dependency mess where it comes in, you add some little bit of code on your side, but it uses a huge dependency, and that just jumps and increases your usage. No spikes, just noise. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, gotcha. Gotcha. And given it's so concurrent, I'm guessing that you probably need to measure it without the concurrency. See if it's any one piece of it. Sounds like a hard problem to track down. It's going to take a lot of just time. Huh, lint is exactly the same. Yeah, if I was trying to track that down, I would actually start looking at the individual pieces of the builds, especially if it was really noisy like that. Because then you could run the same one multiple times without the extra noise. You could do like a pre-measure build, the build a couple times, and then take the average. Some good old memory leaks in a compiler? No. Compiler would just free the memory when it closes, right? So here, I'm going to take the radius off of these. Just want to see the squares. There we go. You're cleaning the disk up after each run. Does it crash on your box without a memory? That's just on the Bitbucket stuff, right? All right, so border. Actually, these should be 0. Padding should be 0.4. Okay, let's look at the bottom and right. Those aren't getting set right. Only on BB does it crash. Yeah. It's a monorepo. So you're already only building one of the packages. Hmm. Yeah, something seems wrong there. That is it Node? You said it was Node? Yeah, we're not going to do the center geometry. Next.js. Yeah, I agree with Zenochrome. That's a challenge there. So many moving parts. Well, so many variables. Um, Static. Yeah. I like these MC Lars ones. All right. I think we need to add the. Oh, did I? I didn't save. Drat. Okay. Let's reset these. Okay. Save. Next one. Now we're going to be looking at the left and right sides of the inner element here. Generally, TSC and the bundler are the biggest bricks when it comes to building JS stuff. ES build. So I switched work over to using SWC. Yeah. So we're using SWC now at work. Still with Webpack though. We got some ancient gremlins that are sitting inside of Webpack that we need. They they do funny things to the build. We need them. All right. So if we don't have anything, these should both have the same dimensions. All right. I'm just going to shift this one down so we can see it. All right. We're just going to shift that one down. So they are the same size. The lower one is the inner one. How'd it go? Went pretty well. I only found one piece of code that had transpiled differently, and that had to do with some higher order component stuff that I don't think should have worked in. I don't think it should have worked anyways. So I think ES Build actually caught something for us. Not ES Build, SWC. Um, you're slowly introducing it to your team? Yeah, yeah. Going with SWC, cut our builds down by 50% as well. A little bit more in some cases. Okay, now we're going to say, okay, our right side, the padding on the right side of the outer one is 2. Good. Okay, that came in. And then if we say on the left side it's 2, um, it it didn't do anything. Let's save it just to make sure it's not some update error. Close it, open it, UI test. Okay, so when we set the left padding on the outer one, it should have moved that over. No, the outer bottom, okay. Yeah, inner left got set to 2. So, Inner left is 2. So it must have hit 2, re-rendered. That would have been here. Oh, I used top in both places. Goodness. Okay. Left. Let's shut down Godot the nice way this time. All right. Wow, it's taking sweet, sweet time. There it goes. Just as I was going to get some tea. Strange. Okay. Again. Okay, so now we have the space on the left. Hold on a sec. Hold on. Okay. So we got outer left and right set. Now this looks a little bit better. I'm surprised though because this should have set the right side in further. You know what? Maybe our constraints not right. No, no, no. Our constraints are using left and right. So the right side, it just gets adjusted as it goes in. Yeah, adjusting left adjusted the whole thing over. Okay. That means that our size, our width here, minus self dot left, this minus self dot top for border size. Close down Godot, save, good. There we go. Okay, it's working now. So we drag this. The right side stays put, good. Good. Okay, now let's go and put this to the right of it. Let's check the top and bottom. So we adjust the outer top padding to be 1. Good, that goes down. Bottom, That goes up. Good. Okay. Now let's adjust some other things. How about margin for bottom? Good. Top. Good. And border. Okay, that all seems reasonable. Now let's start looking at the inner circle. All right, here we go. That compiled. It's an interesting setup for our outer box. What's going on there? Did it crash? No. Just occasionally it doesn't show it. So strange. Okay. Let's give it a border. 0.1. I know sometimes it doesn't like it because the border must have some vertices. So occasionally it's a little unhappy about that. Okay, so there's that. The inner one, let's also give it a margin. I mean a border. Let's give it a 0.2 so we can tell the difference. Save it, close it. Okay, now we can tell them apart. Let's put this one on top of the other one. They seem to be behaving well. Now the outer one, we're going to give it a little padding. So how about 0.5 for the padding? That's behaving, good. The inner one, let's give it a little margin. That didn't change. That should have inset it further. So if we adjust the outer one's margin, oh, it's on the inside. It should be on the outside. That's a mistake. Padding's on the inside. Okay, there's the border, margin. How did margin end up like that? Yeah, it shouldn't be on the inside. It should be on the outside. I see right there, it's supposed to be insetting it, the outer edge. Because we have left plus margin. How far you're inset. Pretty sure this used to work, and I'm wondering what broke it. So regardless, I mean, changing the outer one's margin does change the inset, right? Yeah, okay, that's good. But now when we draw the item itself, the outer origin should take the margin left and margin top into account, but it doesn't seem to. Why? I mean, what's it got against it? I mean, it looks like our border origin is fine. It more has to do with this piece here. Is it that our margin left isn't getting set somehow? No, because we see it move. Like we change that to 5, it changes. Should be adjusting that top edge. Border size. We're not looking at that. We're looking at the top left. So let's say we remove some of the extras here. Let's hide that. Radius, that's fine. Margin, whatever. Padding. Okay. This corner up here. Oh, it is offset from origin. Why? Is that because our top is 0.2, 0.3? Let's say I set these to 0. It's just not drawing, right? Now it's at 0. You can see this line here and this line here. I know it's hard to see on the screen, but now it's at 0. And if I change that margin, let's say be 1, it's not updating. So each time, I think this happened for each one of those updates. Set border top, what's that do? On property update doesn't do the deferred render. Uh, but it needs to. Yeah, all of these adjust that. Okay. Feels like I'm fighting myself. Oh, did it finish building? I didn't even look. Maybe. We'll see. All right. Here's outer. Let's adjust that. Margin top. Oh, look at that. Now it's doing it. Oh, and they move together. Oh, that's lovely. I think we've just about got the border box done. Need to move on to the V box. Hold on a sec. Looks like we got to wrap up. All right. Got a 5-year-old ask me to follow them. Thank you, Raimo. Thank you. We're gonna raid John Who. Let's give John Who a raid. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out, and I'm glad we got to this part. I'm hoping that the next piece with the V box is going to be a little bit more straightforward. Um, so that should be fun. That I need to get this committed, etc., etc. Let's see. Oh, yeah, John Who's streaming. We're gonna catch him. So, John Who? Oh, Rimo. Ah, you're funny. Oh, did it not take the raid? Oh, you cannot raid this channel. I wonder why. All right, well, we're gonna host him.